Try now,
I heard
Barry.
you pop in, Chris.
You just weren't. You didn't add your microphone to the stream, I think.
But where? But I've never had to do that.
First, it'll be
Never
good.
have I had to do that.
All right. Well, let's make sure everybody here can hear us. Can you folks hear us on YouTube now?
So can you hear us both? I can hear you.
Yeah. Good now.
So can you hear me? So can you hear Barry?
Yes, both of you. Okay. And so
Okay.
this is
Thanks,
where
guys.
it was.
Okay. Cool. Thank you, Chris. I have never
You
had to
got
do
it.
that, so I didn't even know where to do that.
Interesting,
Okay,
because I have to do it every time I come in here. So I posted in Slack
Okay.
where that arrow is. So there's one side of the stream is your video, the other is the audio, and it'll say add to stream. When you're not added, it'll be grayed out. It'll be there, but it'll be like a light gray instead of that darker, wholesome blue color.
Okay. I've never had to do that, but okay, thank you for that. Okay,
You got it.
market's
Adios,
opening
everyone.
in less than a minute. 5 seconds. Thanks, Chris.
You're
Hey guys,
welcome.
we're back to normal now. All right, let's see what's happening. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Watching AMBA here, guys. AMBA. All right, we got Neuro on the move here. NURO. That's NURO. Big lag. Big move for Neuro. Nothing happened really for it in the pre-market. NURO. You can see AAP is an earnings play, and it's been kind of up and down, up and down. Oh man, I'm getting tremendous lag on my charts today. What do you mean what to do? Well, you got to watch it, see what's happening. I mean, it's not a lifetime low, but it's getting close down to a lifetime low. So I had a tremendous gap down. Now you got to watch to see how it trades. Is it going to have a bit of a recovery, or is it going to continue down? We won't know. Nothing to know. They're going to give it some time. I think this one is a buyout of some sort, TRVN. No, I'm wrong. TRVN is not a buyout. I was watching that AI to see what sort of reaction. What sort of reaction would have at 40, and still kind of hanging around 40. Okay, guys, Fro just showed up in my 10-day daily, my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, I don't like taking them this early. It's not an all-time low. If it had been an all-time low, I may have taken it. Now, it's through the 200-day moving average, which is not good, of course. The next low looking left is around 1317. Is that right? No, 1351, 1350 or so on the weekly chart. So I just don't like taking them this early. Shady's VUZI is on the move a bit here. VUZI from yesterday. Actually have an alert set up in this area of 6. This is one I forgot to mention, while I was messing around with YouTube, was BLTE is a financing, and I think the financing is at $15. So BLTE did a financing, just got hammered down on that financing. Now 39%. Okay, and the financing's at $15. We got a pretty big sell-off now for AI guys from the pre-market high. Pre-market high for AI was about 47.20 or so. So we're down to 39.60. So that's a pretty big sell-off. So this is either going to give us a great opportunity as a to dip by it. LL is didn't mention LL. LL is, I think they had an unsolicited bid. News of an unsolicited bid. I don't know if this will load. From unit of F9 brands. Okay, so this has been pretty active actually over the last 3.5 weeks. WLL, it's basically doubled. All right, so I'm looking at some of the flyers this morning. They're all kind of giving it up. WLGS, of course, the Jewel, JEWL. How's Marker doing? Wow, talk about a choppy looking 15-minute chart to start. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails for Marker, MRKR. To me, 2 is good. It could be a tough one to get through. Just looking left on the daily chart. It is a low float, 6 million in the float, lots and lots of volume. Look at that relative volume. Skewed a little bit, of course, because of the beginning of the day, 11,000%. We have that negative open. So the Dow is down, NAS is down. So there's no disconnect today. Yesterday I think we had disconnect all day. I think Dow was down and NAS was up. MCRB, I don't see MCRB. Let's see, I don't see it anywhere. Just looking to see if it hit any one of my scans. So MCRB did not hit any one of my scans. Okay, the receipt. Wow, it's a big milestone payout. 94 million in the float, so $125 million milestone payout. Really not a lot of action in the pre-market. I don't know when that happened. That happened actually, that was yesterday's news. That was yesterday's news and not a tremendous reaction. Well, this LL is on the move on that unsolicited bid. LL on the move. waiting for, is it for Kerrisdale, whoever it was, see if they come try to knock this one down again. AI. It's a pretty big sell-off though, guys. $47 pre-market down to, and it got down to 38. So almost a $10 drop from the pre-market high. Okay, now somebody's saying they can hear me in YouTube. Okay, I need another YouTube check, guys. Everybody said they could hear me. Okay, so TJ, maybe, thank you, Pepe. STLA, guys, STLA. This is moving down right into that 200-day moving average, 1531 for STLA. It's at 1539 right now. So look, it's exactly the reason I don't like taking these too early. I mean, look at Fro. Now, this might give us a short setup now. It had a little bit of a bounce. 1380 was the alert. It got down to 1370, popped back up to 14. So now I'm going to watch it, see if it gives it up again. It's still, the 200-day moving average is still maybe blocking it. 14. There's the VWAP at 1399, the 200-day moving average at 1409. So it's right in that area. Thank you, Peter. Gold play is Ego. Let's see what's happening with Ego. Eldorado. Let's see. No, I don't like it. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but you can see, in my opinion anyway, that there could be a lot of support around 9. So don't like it. Yeah, you're right. Capri is an earnings play. CPRI is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Maybe it's because it was right around here, so it hadn't really moved. By the time I was looking at this, it probably hadn't moved very much from yesterday's close. But CPRI, yeah. Capri says U.S. department store customers are spending less. All right, guys. So that AAP is just kind of hanging in this area. Hasn't really done much after the big gap down. So kind of hanging in that 78, 79 area. Yeah, Mark won a race early. Let's see what's happening with it now. MARK won a race early. Yeah, but big topping tail, so a big pullback now. Soars on a $6 million contract from Rio de Janeiro. An AI play? Okay, some kind of an AI play. Remark AI. I don't ever remember them calling themselves that before. A 6 million 30-month recurring revenue subscription contract to provide real police cars with license plate. Okay. Hey guys, AMBA is still kind of hanging around the 70 level. AMBA hanging around the 70 level. Earnings play, but pretty hammered down, pretty big. 14 million or 14. That's a low float. 37 million in the float for a $70 stock. That's pretty darn low. All right, so AAP is starting to move down a little bit here. The low in the pre-market looks like it was about 77.65. Yeah, seems to be a lot of interest in Sophie, guys. SOFI. I have seen this. I mean, it's had a pretty big run for the last over the last 3 weeks from 450 to 670. A lot of interest in this Sophie. All right, guys. AAP is starting to move down now. How big deal is that one now, William? The Chicago PMI. And well, obviously it happened. 945. Yeah, I know. I sort of know the backstory for Sophie regarding the student debt issue and all. Mm. All right, CINT over the whole number. At least it was. What do we got here? Yeah, it looks to me just a little bit too much resistance on the way up. but it is a low float, 19 million in the float. AP guys, it takes out 77. Look out below. LXRX. Now this is a bounce play because LXRX just got crushed yesterday. 351 go down to 266. Well, crushed, maybe too strong a word, but it got hammered down from the highs. Okay, Fro, let's see, that's right. The next low is 1350 on the weekly chart for Fro, FRO. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were right down here around 13. Maybe keep an eye on BLT. All right, BLT. The reason why they did a financing and it's at 15. So it's kind of holding that financing price. You know, if it shakes it off, it might start to run. So what I'm going to do is put an alert around say 1528 or so, 1530 or so, and see if it takes that out and starts to have a bit of a run. I mean, it's been hammered down hard, 38%. Now I think it's at $15. With IB, sometimes these headlines disappear, but I'm pretty sure I read $15. Yeah. Here we go, $15 right there. Okay, so it is $15 for sure. Okay. Now, somebody, I think it was Casa, pointed out that Bumble is their CEO is leaving, but this is not an abrupt leave. He's not leaving till September. So this is not like the devastating news of a CEO unceremoniously being turfed. So he's leaving in September. So I mean that's quite a while ways from now. So I guess there is a succession. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, succession plan. Okay, guys, AAP now challenging 77 again. AAP earnings play. Man, So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is where? Looks like the next low is 71.33. And when was that? That was over 3 years ago. Over 3 years ago. So this AAP is approaching a 3-year low on the weekly chart. So and again, AAP is an earnings play. So, but it's a relatively low float also. 58 million in the float for a $76 stock. A once $110, $113 stock. That is pretty low. What AAP is also an earning dividend play, where they slash dividend or something. All right. Well, that'll do it also. Yeah. Dividend cut. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Grumpy, from 25 cents to 25 cents from $1.50. Or Grumpus. So again, guys, $71 or so is the next low looking left on the weekly chart, and that's over 3 years ago for AAP. So there is still room. And then OX from PJ. I didn't see that one. Wow, no kidding. Any news on this one? Didn't see any news. Not a low float. 44 million. Israeli company. Not a low float. Only reason I mention Israeli companies, it's over the last, I don't know, is it 3 or 4 years? We see a lot more of these companies out of Israel on the U.S. stock exchange. All right, PRSO probably is popping here, guys. PRSO, yeah, PRSO is popping here, and through the 200-day moving average. PRSO through the 200-day moving average, and if you look left. What's the next high? Looks like 139 and then 150. So a little bit of room on a percentage basis if it got there. Low float, 6.2 million in the float. AI, the stock is, it's hanging around that 40 level. Hanging around AI, hanging around that 40 level. Well, I remember the days where Riot was the big red dot at Interactive Brokers. You could never short it, but shorts available now. This is an earnings play, guys. CD is an earnings play, but when I look left, I see 580, so it's too close. China company, CD. Remember yesterday, well, maybe you were here yesterday, this momentum down scan was hardly full at all. Only had about 4 or 5 the whole day, I think. The momentum up, of course, was full because most of these were tech stocks, I guess. But look at this. And Boozy on the way down now. Meanwhile, Big continues to make new lows, all-time lows, BIG. I mean, this company, I mean, they're going out of business. I mean, it had earnings a little while back, but crushed down on earnings. But they had already been in a steep descent before that. Horizon, oh, this could be interesting. HRZN, guys, HRZN through the 200-day and has a little bit of room down to 1147. So, yeah, 50 cents or so, a little less than 50 cents, maybe. Okay, so, but it's through the 200-day moving average, through the VWAP, through the 200-day moving average for Horizon. Oh, no, 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 no. Sorry, guys. I almost made an inputting error. I'm looking to short this Horizon, actually, HRZN. Seeing how I want to see what it does underneath 12. They're trading lower. So there was some news trading lower after the company announced the pricing of a public offering of common stock. So they're going to be doing a financing. So what was the pricing? I hate those headlines. 12.50 a share. So it's a little bit below the price, the financing price. 12.50 a share, raising $40 million. So consequently, not as interested. All right, so HPQ still down for the day, but having a bit of a run here now, guys. HPQ, it's an earnings play. HPQ is an earnings play, but coming back from the lows. Well, now this one's got a lot of room underneath, guys. Billy, BILI, BILI has a lot of room underneath. Look at the weekly chart. The next low is around 1223, and this is weakening China stock. Take a look at KWEB, see what China overall is doing, KWEB. Yeah, so China overall actually had a little bit of a pop in the very minor pop, went a little bit positive pre-market, but the market opening and China stocks are selling off. So Billy looks interesting. It's got that room, lots and lots of room underneath for Billy, BILI. Well, the Nas has recovered a little bit, guys. It's only down 17. The Dow, though, is still selling off. Dow is selling off. Nas is trying to recover a little bit. I just don't see very much follow through for too many things, guys. The mark, as I kind of thought, would have a tough time getting through too. Didn't really get close, and now it's sold off. It's down to 150. SPWH. This is a sporting goods earnings play. Okay, guys, this is actually an earnings play. Weak, down 14%. Very weak, and I wish I'd seen this just a little earlier on the 5 break. Let's take a look at the weekly chart to see what sort of where you have to go to see any sort of wow, you got to go way back here. Another one, you've got to go 3 years, back 3 years before you start seeing these lows for SPWH. Billy, guys, BILI. Okay, guys, here's a new one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not familiar with this one at all. PGJ. PGJ. That's why it's some kind. It's an ETF, and it's obviously to do with China. Yeah, I'm not too interested in the ETFs. Don't think I've seen this one before. Golden Dragon China ETF. But let's take a look left just for fun. 22.96. So there is, looks like there is, no, what am I saying? That's about $1. $23 is the next low looking left for PJG. Sorry, PGJ. Yeah, so it's an ETF out of China. Billy keeps moving down, guys. BILI. I love that one because of the void. And China, as long as China continues to be weak, but look at the void. That's the big deal. $12. I mean, 12. I'm not saying it's getting there, but you got to like when you see a chart that looks like this. Hey guys, so here's the BLTE. It's trying to $15. $15 is the financing price. So it's trying to crawl just a little bit above it now, 15.30. It's a BLTE. Yeah, Marker reminds me of Mark, to be honest. I mean, I just think it's so right now anyway, I find it a little bit untradeable. I wish you well shady in it, but I find it a little bit untradeable with all these topping tails and bottoming tails close to that 2 level. It is a low float, so obviously if it gets going. Okay, so there's definitely a sell off in the market now. Bit of a sell off in the market right now. We've got 30 minutes down now. Oh, I doubt there's any news for CXAI, but let's take a look, see if there's anything. I don't see any specific news. I'm just kind of looking. I don't see any specific news. AI obviously, but I mean, I don't see any specific news for it. Let me load my feeder again. my news feeder because yeah, IB's been kind of a little bit wonky with the news from my on my platform anyway. So let me take a look again for CXAI. No. Yeah, I mean that float, of course, 1.7 million in the float is that can be injurious to your health for sure. But you cannot wander away if you're going to take this one. The next high looking left is around almost 15. AAP guys has been a pretty decent one from the AI, 79.29 on the alert, 76 now. Okay, and again, it had that room to $71 or has the room to $71. Not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. It's a change, okay? AMBA guys, AMBA, let's take a look at AMBA. The other big earnings play that starts with an A, AMBA. So it had a little bit of a pop here up to 72, starting to drift down now. So if you look at this AAP where the AI put a stop, okay, let's make the math a little more easy. Let's say that stop was $3 away. That means if you took this trade, you have to hope that you get a $6 on this trade. So 79 down to 6 would be $73. Okay, that would be the 1 for 2 risk reward. If you obey that stop. Now, I would not have put that as a stop. I would have put 81. When you're in this trade, to me, the stop could have been about 81. Why? Well, just look at a 15-minute chart and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 highs right around 81. What I'm talking about, guys, there it is. Use it like a watch list. Forget the notion of auto trading. Okay, forget it. Hey, long, interesting. I think I read that Mr. Buffett increased his stake in Oxy. I think maybe was it up to 25%? Ramps up its stake. Yeah, so he owns 24.9% after buying 275 million of his spare change hanging around. Billy guys is still, inching its way down. You're in this one. You got to pay attention to KWEB, KWEB, excuse me, KWEB. I would have that thumbnailed. If you're going to play any China stock today, unless it has specific news that such that it's not really affected by the overall China market, I'd have KWEB somewhere so you can keep an eye on it. SDA is moving now. That is that. Is it? Oh, grief! Is it ever moving? I almost said a bad word. Is it ever moving? Oh my goodness. I mean, I saw this one, yes, 2 days ago, sitting around 10. This is an IPO. Here's where it's out of China. So it doesn't care. So this is classic. This is what I'm saying. This doesn't care what the overall China market's doing. There's probably no news on this whatsoever. It's just a play. And halted, yes. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. AAP continues to move down here. Where will this open? SDA, where the heck will this open? So this is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There you have the halt, 30.48. There is the projected open. I mean, this doesn't have to stick, of course. And if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:25 plus 42 seconds. What was the opening price? You mean on that halt? I think it was 31 something. 31 again, yeah, as you know, this doesn't have to stick, but 31.24. And if this is a 5 minute, this is going to open in about 20 seconds. 42, yeah, 12 seconds, 10 seconds. So we'll see if this actually opens up here and if it's a 5 minute halt. So it should open right now. There it is. All right, guys. Boy, this is just absolutely still moving here. Suncar Technology Group. Okay. Of course not. Oh, believe it or not, it is shortable at Interactive. Not that I want to short it right now, but there are 79,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So those shares have become available. This is a 3 week, 3.5 week IPO. 2.5 weeks, sorry, 2.5 week IPO. Now that's halted again on the way down. Man, it's tough to commit one either way. I'm telling you. This is now halted on the way down, and oh brother, if this held, there's your $29. Okay, there's the halt for SDA at 29, and now the projected open is, well, as you can see, it's all over the place. But right now, it's at 25. Before you saw 18 and 19. Now it's at 26, so it's all over the place right now. The projected open. I'd be watching this AMBA still, AMBA. I mean, it's just kind of hanging around that, oh, the 68 to $70 range, and but it's an earnings play, and the market keeps being weak like this. The issue I've got with it, 37 million in the float is super low for a $69 stock. All right, here's another one, guys, is showing up. ELDN. Now, let's take a look left where the next high is. 218 might be too close. Might struggle to get through two, number one, ELDN. And then you've got that 218 level. So consequently, I'm just not interested unless I don't see any news on it. Other than Wainwright on the 26th, put a 20, why not? $25 price target on it. These insane valuations that, especially Wainwright. So a $25 price target, and that was on the 26th. Okay. The high that day was about two. So putting a $25, $26 price target on a $2 stock from Wainwright. All right, guys. A bit of a lull for me here. So I will talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up. From the boat, I see you're in there. Okay. Yeah, the audio was fine everywhere. Well, everywhere. Discord and the main room. It was just YouTube for some reason, but we're good to go now. Okay, guys, I put in the test drive link. And when you click on it, test drive fast approaching. It starts on Monday, June the 5th, runs through the 20th, inclusive. Okay, so that is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is no auto trading. No auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. And I want to repeat that just in case some of you are thinking, I wouldn't mind trying to auto trade using the AI. Well, you can't do it, but you'll have access to everything else. Premium, in essence, is having access to the AI. Okay, that's really what it means. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay, so today's Wednesday. You'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday. You'll have access to the program. And so you can play around with it for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. And I plead with you to do some work ahead of time. Okay. I'm going to give you a link. Don't come into the test drive completely cold, not knowing the first thing about trade ideas. Okay. If you're going to take the test drive, take it seriously. It is a software program, a little bit of a learning curve, but I'll show you where I think you can go to at least get some of the basics down. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? Now, the last test drive was in October. I have no idea when the next one will be, so take advantage of it. It's only $11.11. Now, I'm going to give you my homepage link because I'll show you the link that I think you should use in order to get an idea about some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. Okay, here's another one just got halted. Let me take a look at this one, NEPH, a cheap one. Let's see what it's doing, NEPH. So big pop here. Not very much volume yet. Only 44,000 shares right now, NEPH. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right away, of course, you can do that. You can use this promo code to get 15% off, Barry15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. This is what I was talking about, though, the Get Started. You can even look at it right now. There's no download yet for you to do. Now, if you take out a subscription today, of course, and go through this, the download and install, your first startup and login. But this is what I was talking about. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. So at least do this before you take the test drive. These are very short videos. The entire 10 videos is about 30 minutes long. Okay. But they're all segmented 10 videos, 30 minutes long. Now, if you're brand new to trading, we've also got a course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss, if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, Michael was there. Michael Noss put this together. So you can take a look at this. You're brand new to trading. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, here is another education section. If you click here, here's the education section. So click on the user guide. Now if you're going to take this test drive, you don't have to know everything in the user guide, of course, but here is the getting started section again. Again, a little more detail about what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is, the T window, and I would read and I would look about what stock racing is all about. TI stock racing. We have 4 videos here. Okay, we have some links which are clickable, your race startup, your configuration, okay? Because I'll be talking about the racing probably a lot during the test drive. There's that getting started again. So daily support sessions. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll before I take my break, a couple things. I'll confirm that it is Jamie, and I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so that you can head over and listen to Jamie for his hour. Last, my scan. So if you click on my homepage link and what you're looking for are my scans, and scroll down, and here they are, my scans right here. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. This is the race that you see, the biggest gainers from the open right here. I also have another race that I'm sharing that you don't see. It's large cappers. You'll hear me talk about my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. It is this one right here. Love it. And this is the momentum up and down right here, the docked momentum up and down. Now, if you load this one and you don't like to short anything, well, I have to just exit out. Okay. Just click the X and then you'll only see the momentum ups. Okay. And I do have some other scans here, the halts resumes that you see right here. So if you decide to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. You click on my homepage link and then be brought to the top here and then use this promo code. Also, if you save my homepage, then of course you'll have access to my scans at any time and the big education section. This was one from yesterday, guys. We saw a bunch of insider buys. Insider buys for KOPN. You guys continues down here. No, it's getting closer and closer to that 70, 71. And you guys following, of course, CXAI just made a new high. How is the SDA doing? Scary stuff. Remember when we got halted, this had a projected open of, I don't know, 19 or something. And so then it got up right back up to 31. ABST is a buyout? ABST. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. ABST? Absolute Corporation, Software Corporation. Never heard of it. Canadian company? Where are you out of? Vancouver, my hometown. Well, never heard of you. Maybe the buyout is in jeopardy. William, that's the old joke. I live in Vancouver. People say, "Oh, you live in Canada, in Vancouver." I have a friend in Toronto. Do you know him? Yeah, it's 3,000 miles away. Sure, why wouldn't I know him? Muted. Sure, it was muted. No, the question is for how long? Okay, SDA got halted again. SDA got halted again on the way down. Interesting. A lot of short covering now at Interactive Brokers for SDA. The last time I looked, there were 66,000 shares available to short. Now there are 128,000. So a lot of short covering at Interactive Brokers. Oh, what you might have missed then, I was talking about the AI, okay? And, you know, I use it like a watch list. It's that simple. I mean, we don't talk about auto trading the AI at all. So when I saw the AI this morning, the only thing that really stood out to me, well, two of them. The Fro did, it's an earnings play, but the AAP definitely, because when you look left, the next low on a weekly chart was about 71. So you talk about, I didn't get in at 79, but when you see a void like that, you have to take, my opinion anyway, you have to sort of really, really follow it. And the fact that it's an earnings play, you know that it's going to be active all day long. So you might say, well, yeah, but how do you know that's going to be the one? Well, you're right. You don't know that's going to be the one. But I guess if you start getting some experience and you check the news, these various ones. I mean, to me, AAP and Fro stood out. Fro could still later on, if it takes out 1401, because I think the next low actually was about 1450. So it wasn't, or 1350. So it wasn't as good. I mean, this one just stood out for me, AAP. How do I know they're short covering in Interactive Brokers? Because you can't see this, but this is SDA and it says 128,000 shares available to short. The last time I looked, there were like 60,000. So obviously there was, short covering. Now that we're back up to 128. This is Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm not speaking for any other broker. Okay. Okay, cheapy guys, IDAI, another cheap AI play. Maybe what's happening today is we're gravitating away from AI itself, AI. Hey. Yeah, you can, SJ, just I can't remember what it's called again. I don't know why I cannot remember. Pepe, you help me again. There you go, SLB rates. I don't know why I have a tough time remembering. So do a search on SLB rates in Interactive Brokers, okay, and then that'll pop up. You know what I lost sight of was the BLTE. Shoot, remember I was saying it got over 15, which was the financing price. Would have been a nice little play. The daily on snow, okay. Wow. That has been a nice pop over the last 4 days. 143 to 168. Is this an earnings play? Well, this is interesting because that was the reaction to earnings. A big hammer down through the 200-day. So not quite sure why it had to, like the rally that it has. I mean, yes, tech has had a decent rally, but wonder why after getting hammered down on earnings. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, this one might be the one. I mean, the CXAI obviously was the one, but maybe this will start to follow suit. IDAI. Well, they actually had some news, so let's see what their news is. Notice of allowance for a new U.S. patent. Patent. There are patent pops, our patent plays. Haven't seen too many now for the last little while. Remember, for a couple of weeks, that was fun to play. Any stock coming out with any news about a patent seemed to have a run. Okay, guys. AI actually now popping over 40, popping back over 40. I had that nice run at the end of the day. So, I mean, it is down 8%, but, for the longest period, it was hanging around 40 to 41. And it's only in the last 45 minutes that it really put a charge on. Well, nothing's stopping CXAI right now. Went through that high. Now the next high, 16. Next high again, 1760. Whoa, here's an interesting one, perhaps. I wish there was more volume, but DCI, another earnings play, guys. DCI through the 200-day moving average, which is at 59.45. So just through the 200-day moving average. Spread is not terrible. I mean, it's 59, 59.22, not terrible. And when you look left, might be too much support around 59. I'm looking at DCI, might be too much support around 59. I mean, it's almost right there, though. All right, guys, IDAI. These were the 2 days, the 12th and the 13th of April, that all these little AI plays went crazy. IDAI, guys. IDAI on the move. DJ, you've got to go into your search. Okay. So within Interactive Brokers, click on File, and then there's a search box, and then type that SLB in. One moment, please. Okay, so you've got to go into your talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so within Interactive Brokers, click on File, and then search. The search box probably will pop up. Just type that SLB in there, and then you'll see the box. Okay, IDAI, guys, IDAI. Okay, guys, I am now. BMBL. So even though this guy, the CEO, is leaving in September, it's definitely taking a bit of a hit now. BMBL, but he's leaving in September. Unless that was changed, he's going to resign. President's going to resign effective September 1. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other ones. How's the Bullfrog doing? BFRG, BFRG. It's another AI play. man. Okay, so Bullfrog is lagging. All right. Now I don't know if it'll if it'll start to move, but to me it would have to take out six probably to get really going. It's very, very choppy right now. Wow, this SPWH just kept moving down, down, down from $5. All right, this has earnings after hours. Victoria's Secret has earnings after hours, and the market is not thinking that it's going to do anything good. Look at this. Look at this sell off ahead of earnings for Victoria's Secret. VSCO, basically a lifetime low now, guys, for VSCO. Lifetime low. Wow, look at SDA. What a short that was, guys. If anybody took it. Good grief. 34 down to 14 and actually gone negative. So if you're wondering, I always nag at people. If you take one of these low float stocks, you cannot wander away from your computer. Not even for 10 seconds. AAP, guys, continues. There's no real selling or reason to sell this or to cover. Now, again, I would not have used 82.84 as my stop. Okay, I would have used more up here, 81.25. The highs of all those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 four candles. I think I mentioned this before. So that gives you a bit way better risk reward. And again, we have to go back 3 years. $71.33. Yeah, you've got to go back 3 years, back in March of 2020, over 3 years ago, before we start seeing those sort of lows, and that is 71.33. So still has a little bit of room until you get to that level here. Who knows? Maybe that doesn't even hold it. All right, NEPH, which I think was halted earlier, guys. NEPH was halted earlier and it popped up, came right back down. Now it's moving higher. There wasn't very much volume earlier, but the volume has definitely picked up. And that is NEPH. Okay, guys, that AI is short-lived, try at that 40 level. This is actually maybe is setting up as a short here. Let me reason I say that is that you can kind of see if it takes out 37.86, which is a low, a couple of lows right there. Now that's the 9:30 candle, and then that is the 10:15 candle. Takes those lows out. I'm going to stick an alert around 38. I'm going to stick an alert at 38 because yesterday's low was down here at 35. It's below the VWAP 40. A moment, guys. Victoria's Secret, yeah, this takes out 20. I have to know about that. So I'm going to stick an alert, say 1980. I want to see it take out 20 in a big way. May not do it, but if it does, I want to know about it. It's an earnings play after hours today. Already an all-time low. Well, guys, IDAI sort of pulled back a bit, but it's still relatively strong. Might be struggling to get through 250, 50 cent level on these stocks underneath five. I find can be a struggle, but if it can take out that 50 cent level, it's got some room. IDAI guys, look at that thing rip now. So, I mean, I got to keep an eye on the bullfrog just in case. Okay. I mean, the bullfrog's done nothing BFRG, but look at this IDAI ripping now. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at that. Well, the Billy is still inching its way down. Billy is still inching its way down. BILI. All right, guys. AI is sort of breaking down now. AI is sort of breaking down. This is a really important level, I think, for it to try to maintain, which is that we're at the 3792-ish, say 38 level. Well, guys, I keep watching this AMBA to see if it really wants to collapse or do something. It just doesn't seem, I can't imagine it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day, but it might, but I'm just waiting to see if it really wants to move from the 68 level, either pop up or move down. Underneath, it's got $3 to the lows of the pre-market. And of course, on top here, it's got $4. So you would think it's going to move one way or the other. Meanwhile, IDAI is trying to make its way through that 250. Oof, run from this one, guys. I mean, look at these topping tails for NEPH. All these three big tops, especially the last one here. And what does that mean? The buyers had it up here at one point, 194. Sellers knocked it all the way down to 137. You gotta run from something like this. Okay, well, let's take another look at this IDAI. Now that it looks like it's definitely, well, it's trying to get through that 50 in a big way. And again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart would be 4. So if you look at the weekly chart, which is a little more liberal than looking at the daily chart, looking at all these little highs here. All right, guys, 11:23. I just want to confirm it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. The answer is Yar. Thank you, Jamie. That means yes in Jamie speak. Still no reason to cover AAP, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, look at this chart. I mean, from the alert price, it's basically been straight down. One little green candle here at what time was that? That was the 10:45 candle, 10:30 candle. Other than that, it's been basically orderly stepping down. That is just a disaster. The only thing is, you got to just be careful with that float, the 58 million in the float on a $74 stock. You can't wander away from this one either, even though it's not a crazy low floater. But to me, it's a very low float for that price of stock. It used to be $100, $113. HPE guys, I mean, look, if it can take out this 1460, it's got a shot, I suppose. It's had a decent recovery, still down 6%. It is an earnings, excuse me, it is an earnings play. It is popped about $1 from the lows in the pre-market. Mentioned DCI earlier. I mean, it's continuing down. Did not take this one. Did not take it. BLTE guys, this is actually sort of a red bar ignored forming, I think. BLTE. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just watching the SDA as it's doing its crazy thing. Now gone really negative, now 27% after being up to $34, more than cut in half from those highs. Agony, the agony. I miss it again. The BLTE. I got distracted by yeah, these new charts. I mean, I'm having a real struggle. Look at the BLTE. Look at this BLTE. I was just going to point out this was a red bar ignored, and you could take the trade at around 16. And I was just all set to dive into this, and I got distracted. Again, they did a financing at 15, so that financing is being shrugged off now. Now, to be fair, the spread right now is terrible. I don't know what the spread has been like. Spread right now is 1610, 1650 right now. 1610, 1650. So I don't know what the spread was like earlier. Probably wasn't great. So that may have prevented I from taking the trade anyway. Yeah, SDA halted again on the way down, halted again. All right, guys. So this PRSO, I suppose it has some room. Now, the issue right now, the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. So the 200-day, they're both basically the same, 110, 111. Would have to take that out. If it does, it did get as high as 132. So I'm going to stick an alert in that area and see if it takes it out later. That's the PRSO, low float, 6 million in the float. Hey guys, well, hopefully, if you took that IDAI trade, hopefully you managed it well. I mean, we talked about it, I read around 220, got up to 270, 50-cent move on a $2 stock, tremendous percentage run. And let's take a look at Marker from Shady. Still have my, yeah, we trade very differently, which is fine. I just look at this and, to me, it looks like there's too much resistance for the 180, 190, but I wish Shady well, of course. Yeah, depends where Shady's putting his stop. I have no idea. So he might look at that and go, well, if it gets to 180, that's fine for me. If he's got a 2 or 3 cent stop, I suppose, but I don't usually have stops that tight. The guy's back in about a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. And again, I draw your attention to the 20-day range low top list that I have versus the 20-day range high. This is the common theme over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks now since I've had this up and running. Many more stocks making 20-day range lows versus the 20-day range highs. Okay, so the only filters I've got similar filters in terms of volume and the price range. And the only thing is, it has, these have to be below, like at the low of the 20-day range or lower. And these have to be the high of the 20-day range, price wise, or higher. And look at that, Yang just disappeared. To me, it's amazing. I mean, we're getting so, there's the Vasco, there is the Victoria's Secret. Now, the reason, I mean, there are obviously more stock. There are stocks, of course, that are 20-day range highs. But the key filter in here is I want them to be in here. I want it to be near the low of the day. And that's what I sorted on. And that's the problem, it has to be at least within 5% of the low of the day, or within 5% of the day's range. So this is what I mean. I look at my configure. I thought actually, I guess I didn't. I thought I added that, but I probably should. But anyway, what I've done is I've sorted it on the stocks that are like the near the low of the day. So if I look at RETL, you're going to see that it's right near the low of the day, right at the low of the day, in fact. Okay, if you start to see a little sliver of white here, means it's not quite at the low of the day. So that's one reason. Okay. In this one, the 20-day range high has to be at least within 5% of the high of the day, in the day's range. And so that's why. So I guess if I took that out, of course I would see more stocks, but in a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so that reduces the list a little bit because now these are stocks that are very close to the low of the day. That's really all I want to do. That's all I want to see. So we'll start to see. So this list won't look quite as dramatic as before, but still. You know that the PGJ that we saw, this China Dragon ETF or Golden Dragon ETF. It has been inching down. Can't bring myself to chase this Sophie, but boy, oh boy, the next high looking left is around 7. Okay, so that could stall it for a while. SOFI. AI is doing its thing again, just kind of hanging around. And there is the VWAP, 39.91, 39.91. Now I have an alert set on the low side, and I better set the alert on the high side to see if it breaks out. So I'm going to stick an alert around 45, 40, 50 or so for AI and see which way it breaks. I just refuse to believe it's going to stay here all day, like right there all day. Well, IDAI just came right back, guys. I am not in that one anymore, but that came right back up. I'm just, I'm just watching this AA. I mean, this has just been a great I was going to use the word easy. There's no such thing as an easy trade, but non-stressful trade. Okay, AAP has just been a non-stressful trade. But I'm really watching because I mean, at any point with that float, if there's any sort of buying pressure, I mean, it could pop, a dollar easily. So I'm just watching it super closely. Okay, Shady's a Vuzi. She's been hanging around 5 for a bit. Is maybe trying to make that move off 5. The VWAP though is 512. So, I think you should be aware of that. The 200-day, I mean, so right now it is in between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP, stuck right in between 498 and 512. It takes out that 512, sure. I mean, it's obviously got some room. Okay, let's take a look at the trade that Katie's putting on for MRKR. I don't know if you got stopped out. 161. Did you get, well, it got down to 161, so I don't know if you got stopped out. Or wait a minute, you took the trade probably here, right? So the way I look at it, okay, if you got a 9-cent stop, then you have to have a reasonable expectations, the way I trade anyway, to make 18 cents on the trade. So that trade has to get up to 188. Could it do that? Yeah, could. The way I trade. Man, I'd love to short this AMBA. I really want to short AMBA, but it just not is. I mean, it's been inching down a little bit. Lots of shares available. Of course, that's not the issue. 1 million in the float, but it's 1 million available Interactive Brokers, but it's that float 37 million. Or sorry, 37 million in the float. That is so low. It scares me a little bit. 67.34. The other thing is, the next low looking left is 67.34 in the daily. If you look at the weekly, it's got a little bit more room, but not that much. This is probably then not. I guess I'm not going to be as interested. Guys, again, I'm just some internal stuff going on. All right, guys, sorry about that. So 11:55, Jamie should be showing up pretty soon. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. He'll be there in about probably within 5 minutes. Okay, so there is the YouTube link, and then I'll put my announcement in. So Vuzi is still in a mini struggle to get through the VWAP. There it is at 512, guys. So 512 is the key level for Vuzi to try to take out. And Mr. Jamie is there. All right, let me mute myself in the rooms, guys. So Jamie is in their YouTube room right now. I'm going to mute myself now in the main room and in Discord and say hello to my friend Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Jamie.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all right. We got a nice little down market today.
Nice little. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I haven't really looked at the overall market. I did see that Nas was up a little bit this morning, but now, of course, it's joined the negativity and Dow is down. Now, do you look at the AI at all? Because there's no question AAP has been a nice short.
Oh yeah,
Sort of
yeah. Now,
really
did
nice
I
short.
was my eye on the alert as soon as it came out? No, I wish it would have been. I would have gladly taken that trade.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
A lot going for it, earnings play. And also not only that, but they reduced their dividend, I think, from $1.50 to 25 cents, which is huge, as you know. And then if you look left on the weekly chart, there appeared to be room down to about 71.50. So from 79 to 71.50, you got to really, really look at that trade. So, and if you look at it too, it's been so gently moving down, nose like basically a stress-free trade.
Yes, when when you get that type of action, yeah, just no worries. Now, I wished, excuse me, I wish VSCO would have moved down that smoothly.
That's Victoria's Secret.
Correct, because I did hit that
Yeah.
one earlier on that first range break, and then of course it had to go all the way back. You know,
Hmm.
so I added a little bit on that first pullback and told myself, well, if it gets back down to lows again, I'll just take it, and I did, and of course I left a pretty good portion on the table, but what are you gonna do?
Well, actually, I have an alert for that around 1980 to see if it really breaks down through 20. It has earnings after hours today, excuse me, and also it's an all-time low. I mean, this is an all-time low for it. So
It
I
is.
think if it can take out 20, obviously the bets are being placed that nobody thinks they're going to have great earnings because look at the last few days. But it's been in a downtrend for a long time, even discounting the last week and a half.
Indeed. Okay, so let me
Take my screen or take my screen away from me, please do.
grab the screen here. There we go. Okay.
Okay, you were in. Can you go to one or do you have to leave earlier?
No, that's fine. You're not seeing those two little icons on my screen, are you?
Um, you, yes, you're talking about the Barry and the Jamie?
Correct.
Yes, I do see
That
that.
seems to be they seem to have changed up this little menu here. How do I get rid of
Well,
that? Okay, there we go. There we go. I got
okay,
it.
good. Good.
Okay.
I actually had a problem this morning. They couldn't hear me, and I started it exactly the same way every single time. But for some reason, the little mic icon in that screen sharing was xed out. I've never had to deal with that before. So anyway,
Yeah, there were some
yeah,
weird net things going on this morning. My everything that I stream wouldn't work. I had to reboot my
really.
system and then it started working again, but everything else would work except for the streaming services, which I don't know if there was some kind of widespread thing going on, but everything's back to normal now, it appears.
Okay. All right, my friend. We'll see
All
you in
right.
about an hour.
We'll see you when you get back. Bye, Barry.
Okay. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop, and hopefully everybody out there can see and hear me as well. Let me just mute the YouTube channel here so I don't hear myself. All right, good little crowd in here today. So those of you who attend on the regs know that this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. If you're new to the room and you have questions about the software or want me to take a look at any charts or anything like that, go ahead and use the questions panel to get your request or question out there. No pre-planned content in the live support session, just talking about trading and the software and anything that you guys would like to talk about. All right, so one of my favorite little stocks to sling around is Tilray. And a couple of days ago, they decided they were going to do some type of financing deal. You can see the big gap here. Kind of a non-event that first day. Got a little action the prior day, and we've got some good downside action that took place off the open today. Fortunately for me, it was shortable. Seems like it's kind of random right now. Some days it'll be shortable, some days it is not. But fortunately today, it was shortable. So some nice downside action on TLRY today. And of course, making it interesting, it is technically in the hole, as we say, at all-time lows. Boy, and look at the fall from grace for TLRY after it IPO'd. When was that? I forget. That was back in, September 2018, topping out at 300 and now residing at $1.70. Boy. And we can see right here, this is the entire weekly chart. Zoom in a little bit. You can see the financing really did its number on hitting that low. And it's going to be interesting to see how far it swirls. I always like to use the circling the drain analogy here, because once there is nothing to the left to act as potential support, then we start the drain swirl. How long will it last? How low will it go? Nobody knows, but it's not looking too good so far. But that's a great opportunity for us trader folk. And speaking of all-time lows, this is an ETF. This is the natural gas, the Bloomberg Natural Gas ETF, which has also had some pretty good action, being a low dollar ETF. And we can see this day right here, yesterday, it was at all-time lows. Another high flyer, 140-ish or close to 140, now residing below 3. Will it hold? That is the question. All right, questions panel is open. So if you got a question, don't be shy, get it out there. Now let's talk about that trade that Barry was in, and the one that is just going down so politely, right? Once that signal was thrown by the AI, never looked back, just a slow and orderly march down. A little bit of a wiggle there from the 74.40-ish level up to 75, but we can see right here, this is also the 10-period simple moving average, and it looks like it's just perfect for this action on AAP today. Now here we have it on the 15-minute chart, and it's taken a while to catch up, but now it's acting as the defining metric, keeping that thumb pushed down on it. So this would be the thing to watch. Later in the day, if it gets a little perky and we get a 15-minute close above that 10 period on the 15, then that could signal a little bit of a reversal. But kind of going back to what Barry was referencing, if we zoom out a little bit on the weekly, then eyes are automatically drawn to this area here, which apparently for now is acting as support. And we'll see if it holds. Maybe it gets a little traction on that 15, signaling it's time to take a little bouncy, but so far, no dice. All right, speaking of other things that are also circling the drain, I do believe, I want to say VOD is doing the same thing. Vodafone, a little bit pricier of a stock for circling the drain. Yep, all zoomed out there. And we can see not too long ago taking its dive into the abyss as well. Starting to see more and more of these, which is good if they're shortable. And of course, you get that right setup. VOD, kind of, a nice little run up here on the open. And then, boy, as soon as it hit, got close to that prior day high or a prior day candle body, boom, down for the rest of the day. Not the prettiest setup here, but a range break nonetheless. Been in and out of this one a little bit as we took this little leg down here, but since, and this is always the kind of the risk, the added risk when you're shorting something in the hole with no support. The turns can be ferocious. So, it's like Barry always says, when you're in a extremely low float stock, you don't really want to leave the computer. You don't really want to walk away, not even for a matter of seconds. The same thing pretty much applies when you're playing things at all-time lows on the short side. And if you flip that around, kind of the same thing happens on the upside too. When there's no resistance, the pullbacks can be very fierce. So whether it's all-time highs or all-time lows, you really got to mind your P's and Q's on risk management. All right, you guys are being pretty quiet today, and I get it. Seems to be kind of the motif when we have a down day. But if you do have any questions, get them on out there. SABR, I think another all-time lower. Let's see here. What do we have there? Low of 331. Yep. And we're below again now on SABR as well. Pretty large float on this one. So once it gets moving, it tends to do its thing. Nice little range break from the 311 area. Not a huge move, but not a bad percentage. And you can see here, pretty ferocious upside recovery there. Once again, indicative of something that puts in a bottom on the intraday while we're at all-time lows. You don't want to risk a whole lot. This is one I've been keeping an eye on for a while. I thought for a while here today, this is a buyout stock. I was like, well, I guess the buyout must be falling apart because we took an excursion way below the low of that buyout range today. But nothing really ever hit on the news, and I guess everything's fine. But typically you don't see something like that on a buyout stock. Obviously a non-event. Other than the one AAP trade that the AI had today, it's pretty much scratching or losing a little bit on the rest of these short entries. Fro taking a nice bounce. Riot's been getting pretty tight up here. I saw Michael Noss talking about this one just yesterday, I believe. API. Trevena just kind of flatlining there. Doesn't look like it has a whole lot of room. And BRFS doing more of the same there. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 signals. One big winner, one moderate loser. And of course, these values are reflective of, if you executed 1,000 shares per trade. So after all the small ones, still up probably, I'd say 900-ish on 1,000 share blocks there. Not too bad. $90 if you're doing 100 share lots. All right, Brian, so your question there, I am in Apple right now. Could have taken about 20% profits, but you stayed in. I guess you're in an option? Well, that's something that we all go through from time to time. Well, I missed an A there. Okay, so I'm assuming you're long some calls, yeah? Well, not looking too bad over here on the, on the daily. Let's just go ahead and stretch this out a little bit. Tell you what, I'm gonna remove that just for a minute so I can have me a line here. So, here we are. We're about to start testing, these areas from way back in 2021, December to be specific. So, the good news is we've broken above these levels, these shorter term areas, right? How long did we spend there? Put in that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 days before we reclaim this. Okay, so decent close yesterday above this level, which could very well start acting as support. Now, who knows how long Apple might ebb and flow along this line right here before it decides to take a run at these levels here. But if I just drop another line here, if we get a little perky and, Apple still holding its own today for down market, Apple up a little less than 1% currently. So, of course, I can't really give you advice on what to do, Brian, but, looking at the chart here, I would say that, Apple is relatively strong, no pun intended. We can see relative strength down here on the bottom of the chart. So you might get another chance to take those profits, and if we really get frisky and get a close above that 179 level, then those levels that we just looked at from back here could definitely be in play. And then, this would be the next level of interest. So if you were, let's see, you said you were up 20% in your calls, then I'd say there is hope to, potentially get out at that level that we were at previously. And just the market as a whole. Stayed up there for about a day and then gave it all back. But here's our friend, the 10 period, attempting currently to act as the safety net here. SPY doing exactly what I was describing for AAP earlier. All right, AAP has not reclaimed the 10 on the 15-minute intraday, but look at what we have going here for the SPY. All right, close right on the candle body, next higher open, and currently above the 15-minute, or excuse me, the 10 period on the 15-minute. So perhaps SPY gets a little upside action. If we close here, we've got about 14 more minutes before the close of that candle, but that could definitely signal a little bit of bullish action. I mean, the way this market's been acting, I wouldn't be surprised to see us gyrate back up here, but that is strictly speculation. We'll have to see. Volume levels pretty anemic right here. 24, 34% on the 5 and the 10. Yeah, you're welcome, Brian. And of course, amongst the TI people, I'm probably the least skilled technical person around. But the Apple chart, not that complex. Not a whole lot of green here on my fave list here. Actually, not any. A little bit of flat action on some of these. And, this list right here is usually packed with things that are doing a whole lot more 5-minute volume, as you can see right here. But looks like the market is taking a little siesta. We did have some decent race stocks, but as I was telling Barry, had some weird things going on, had to reboot the old machine and lost all my initial race stocks here. So these have been repopulating. So let's just take a look at some of the top 10. Oops. Take a look at the top 10. Well, is that me? Show top 10. There we go. And IDAI. Not a bad little upside mover today. T-stamp. Identity verification. Of course, check out the float here. Not even 4 million. And that coming from Dawn of the Dead. Yep, Patrick, going inverse to the rest of the market. There's the iShare ETF. Let's look at the Sprott. Sprott pretty much doing the same thing. Who was it the other day? Morgan Stanley talking about $20 silver. Of course, one would think that JP Morgan is the, I wouldn't say voice of reason, but definitely one of the biggest influencers in the silver markets. Lots and lots of naked short selling going on in the silver markets. When was this? This was just back in May. Well, at the just back at the beginning of this month, since we are on the last day of May right now. There's JP Morgan up here, hitting it with the hammer, getting short on their synthetic contracts that they can freely short naked. Now, I'm sure it's slightly a bit higher now, but pretty much hasn't changed over the years. Silver's roughly trading maybe a smidge higher actual price as it was around about 100 years ago. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. All right. Not a whole lot of things coming through highs right now. Boy, Ape has really died, as it used to have some decent ranges, from a day trading perspective, but just pretty much a level of house with this little consolidation period here on the daily. And of course, the turbo brakes. Now, I must admit, I'm about to reincorporate these two lower tickers into my layout because kind of shied away from them for a while, but boy, they're still spitting out some really good plays. I mean, the PDSB here, not too shabby from an opening range break perspective, especially on a day like today. Nice little signal right there at the 850, 860 level. Another time to add on. If you're in a winning trade already and you see this type of action, and we've got some room to the upside, just busting right through those prior wicks of yesterday and the day before. And I know the double L set up nicely. A little bit too much energy expenditure, but this looks very similar to the action taking place in the double AP. You know, once you did get past this little break right here, never look back. Very similar to the double AP here. Always good to find those. As Barry says, just pain-free trades. Now, speaking of things that are now in the hole, nice little setup on the BIG, around about the $5 level, $4.99. And once we released, living down here at 480. So a nice 20-cent move on this break. And the blank here indicates circling the drain. And taking a look over here, big lots. Of course, all the retail stocks have been getting a little action as of late, but big lots also circling the drain here. Where it stops, nobody knows. Chico's. Oh man. Another beautiful one here. Once again at that 496, $5 level. Just like big lots, another retail. Beautiful little move down here to the tune of about 50 cents. Boy, which one of these things is not like the other? I think it's pretty obvious. And still room. Nowhere near all-time lows, but not looking too good for the Bears on CHS. Okay, Victoria's Secret, once again, another retail. Once again, this one did not go down easy, but if you stuck to your guns, short here. If we're getting short here, what's the high of the prior 15 minutes? Right here. So the high of that candle, 2102. So getting short 2070-ish, which was my first lot here. I said, well, I better just stick the whole number here. Of course, didn't behave like the ones we just looked at, started to march back up. I'm like, okay. Once I saw this little wick put in and this candle open, I'm thinking to myself, well, I'll get a better price. I can average in. We'll stick to my same stop loss here. If I get a move down the lows, I'll probably take that money. And of course, averaged into a little bit, got out, not quite at the low of that candle, and then thought I was a genius for a brief period of time as we marched back up for 20 minutes, and then only to hear my voice to speech or text to speech saying VSCO later, but oh well. If it would have acted like double AP or Chico's or Big, would have been a different story. Just every stock has its own personality, and that's the way Victoria moved today. What's up with the new Holly Long BRFS? Let's take a peek. Well, I don't think it's new. See the timestamp over here? 8:40. So this one was roughly a little over 10 minutes into the open, and it's just kind of flatlining here. Break even. Now, does it have anything going for it here? I mean, the bottom's put in. We're getting some consolidation here. You know, if it breaks out of here, if it starts doing a little bit of volume, I mean, it's had good volume thus far today, still showing 8 on relative volume. But if we look down here at the 5-minute, we're only 7% of normal. So it's definitely going to sleep. And of course, relative volume is very slow to change over time. Big volume for most of the morning, and now getting kind of sleepy. But if it does get perky, you know, we might see a little move up to, you know, wow, a whole 3 cents, you know, a whole 5 cents to the high of today. Just not a lot going on with the BRFS. And actually, speaking of new, yeah, the last trade was not quite an hour into the market, the 923 API. All right, we're about to close out this 15-minute candle here. Let's go back to AAP. Nope, not even anywhere close. Curling up a little bit here on the 5, but still significantly below on the 15. So wouldn't expect AAP to be spiking up anytime soon. Bumble with some not so bad action. After the 30-minute mark, classic 30-minute opening range break. Low risk. What do we got there? 1538, 1556. So not quite 20 cents there. Yielding 1420, yielding about 60 cents. So very nice risk to reward ratio there. Yeah, pretty much all retail coming through here. Whether it be floors or clothing. And earnings are pretty much dried up to a trickle. However, that is how I was alerted to VCSO today. And I believe they're at the close, which is why my list isn't. And I typed in the wrong symbol, that's why. The SCO. That would explain it. So, yep, not pre, but post. Apparently, well, maybe it's leaked out, or maybe that's just the market sentiment. Would expect to see VSCO a little bit active on the close, depending on what happens. Just reading your comment there, Weeks. Seems to be hit on shorts really well. Been suffering on the longs. Yep. Kind of sounds like a real person from time to time. Well, if you have a short selling bias, yeah. Matter of fact, I do have a friend that's a big short seller, and that little group of individuals had a rough week a couple of weeks ago when the market was cycling back up here on these 2 days, 1, 2, and 3. Boy, if you're trying to short in those days, just not a lot of love, of course. If you're heavy short yesterday and today, you're getting some nice action, which is why it's always a a good thing to be, for lack of a better term, ambidextrous as a trader, right? Go with trend, go with the short-term trend. If the shorts aren't working and they're just not present, then trying to force them is always going to be you smashing your head up against a wall, which is something we always try to shy away from in the trading world. All right, you guys are still pretty quiet over there. And even in this lackluster upside market, we're always going to have a few that just don't care. A lot of decent upside action out of the 3 billion and higher market cap crowd. Of course, SOX being an ETF. A lot of repeat offenders in here. Some decent setups nonetheless, but nowhere near as many as the downside version. Let's look at the rest of the Dawn of the Dead stocks here. So some nice upside action, but never a really good setup on some of these. E2 Brute. Yeah, so out of the top 10 winners currently from Dawn of the Dead, this little guy is the only one that's set up halfway decent. And what a decent move it was. Entry candle, 5, 10, 15. Risk level here. And a nice and juicy reward level. Well, we appreciate the compliment there, Weeks. As I tell people all the time, I'm a wellspring of mostly useless knowledge. Trading knowledge is the exception, obviously. Not the prettiest setup. And this is a good example, let's see here, of almost being stopped out. Very similar to my Victoria Secrets short that I wouldn't say I missed. Entry candle here, risk level here for the prior 15-minute low, 5, 10, 15. Almost reaches it, misses it maybe by 2 or 3 cents. Obviously, if it was a whole number, I'd put it a penny below. But classic, oh yeah, I'm winning. It's going to be a great trade. whoop, all the way back to almost flat. But this is very typical of these types of plays. Some go immediately, some pull back to right about your entry level. But it's always a good thing if it gets close to your entry level or right back down to it and doesn't, trigger that stop. Many times, but not all the time, it's a good place to add. And then second mouse runs away with it. So still not a bad trade for a fairly liquid stock there. 184 million in the float. This is true, Weeks. This is true. One man's trash is another man's treasure. That holds true with information as well. But yeah, my speech to text is dried up pretty good. Well, I don't hear it because I've got it muted, but we're definitely in the doldrums intraday. If we were a ship at sea, there is no wind right now. A little bit of dead water for now. Oh, and Boyle just keeps coming. Let's see here. If the setup on Boyle is good, which it was not today, what do we have an open up here? Right about 284, not just going to take a stab willy-nilly and short it on the open. When it broke this initial low right here, I'm like, not exactly what I'm looking for. And we can see that's exactly where it stopped. Took a little bounce. Now, I did come back down here and break it again, but this chart is just not conducive, Crappy looking chart, no dice, bounces. Comes back down here, test it one more time, not to be had. Didn't even break it there, just bounced right off that prior low from here. Never would have given the signal of a new low. Takes another bounce, comes back down here and finally pushes through. But as you can see here, even on the clean break here, is the trade working? Yes, but you're up a whopping 2 cents at most. At most. And pretty much this is the reason, right? Currently acting as support. It's an ETF. Until it gets a little upside momentum, it's probably going to be pretty dead. Now, having said that, there's always the potential that it goes through and punches new lows sometime today or tomorrow. We'll just have to see. And just out of curiosity here, do I have a top list I can pull up? Big cap all-time highs. Big cap all-time low. I'll tell you what, we'll check this one out and just invert it. Apparently, let's see what happens if we just give it a flip. So, no, not exactly what I was looking for. But Eric, not too far away from its drain circle. Kind of swirly here, but managed to recoup. Let's just do a little quick scan here. I'm going to eliminate these filters. We'll keep a loosey-goosey volume filter in here. I just kind of want to see. All right. Change from the close. Okay, so I don't have anything about market cap in here. It's just pretty wide open. Which I kind of expected to see more stocks in that column. Skin. There's the Vodafone. NWL. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It makes me think that there's something. Interesting. Well, thing's still doing tons of volume. Tiny, tiny float. 1.18 million shares. Yep. Still not making any effort to test that 10 period on the yield 15 there for AAP. Oh, looky, another retail stock getting shellacked. Not necessarily a well-behaved one like some of the other ones we've seen. Finger motion. Not exactly the type of stock I would like to trade there. A little too gappy. Relatively small float. But just don't like the way that one looks. You know, you've heard Barry talking about KWeb over here, which is the, the indicator for most things Chinese that trade. Lufax taking a nice little beating down from about $1.82 all the way down. GoTo also with the Chinese flag here. And these are good movers. You just have to make your bet and stick to your stop loss because they do some, don't really know why ADRs have such weird price action if you're focusing on the level 2 or the time and sales. That just seems to be the nature of the beast. But GoTo can change very quickly from a price perspective. It's just like they do a reset on some of these order books. it actually happens, it just happens so fast that you see it after the fact. And as I said earlier, earnings are drying up. Typically, I don't even pay attention to the ones that are under $1, but even some of these more obscure plays end up doing all right. Still wondering why I'm not seeing Victoria in there. I think it's here. That's the problem. And there we have it. High dollars. Chewy. Market not liking what might come out on Chewy. And of course, everybody talking about AI today. Big retracement from the pre-market highs. What do we hit here? 47.10. Not a bad little, not quite 10 points, but pretty close. Just checking to see if anything that is reporting at the close is up. Yeah, okay, Vive up 1%. CrowdStrike up a little less than 1%. Vive. Okta down a smidge. So not a whole lot thus far reporting after hours that are actually up, but of course, with the NASDAQ and the S&P doing what they're doing, not really a big surprise, but could make for some pretty good post-market action if we do get some upside surprises. PSTG, I remember that one hitting highs early and then hitting lows shortly thereafter. Down about 3% currently. Oh my goodness, we got a green, something green over here. Boyle trying to get a little green. Nothing to write home about. This Canaan has been a nice little intraday trader lately. I get this one confused with the one that sounds similar that's a cannabis company. But this one is all AI. AI, and more AI. That's all you hear these days. Of course, ChatGPT kind of blew the lid off recently, and all the different things that are being done with that technology. Kind of just basically in its infancy. And it's already interesting to see all the dialogue around AI. On one hand, it's the greatest thing ever. And on the other hand, it's going to eliminate a lot of human jobs, right? And already has. but at the same time, it's creating lots of new jobs for people that are handy at telling the AI what to do. Kind of like Barry sneaking in on me.
True. Um, the interesting thing about the AI, and they're talking about losing jobs and all that, and I'm
Hmm.
sure you read the same thing. This may be the first time in history, though, that instead of the blue collar worker getting the shaft on the Industrial Revolution and onwards, these are the white collar guys, with Chat GPT,
Yep.
who could be the ones suffering. And so, I mean, you look at all the different professions, like the legal profession. My wife, even as an architect, I mean, not so much exactly what she does, but there are
Right.
a lot of, it's design me an airport that has 4 docks, a hold room of it can hold 1,000 people. I
Hmm.
mean, it's amazing what
Yep.
you can do, and not quite there yet architecturally wise, but I mean, all this stuff is going to happen, and those are white collar jobs.
Yeah. Just imagine where it's going to be 5 years from now. You know.
I'm sure I won't have a job. I mean, what? Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, right now, sure, the idea that it has a limitation on saying, okay, this stock right here, this is our prediction of where it could go. I mean, I guess there is a bit of a limitation right now, especially intraday, I think. But as somebody said, a year from now, I can't believe that if you ask Chat GPT, okay, I want to trade Apple right now, what do you think? And it's going to come up with a real dissertation on how it thinks you should trade Apple or any other stock,
Sure.
but more long term. I think more long term. Intraday might be a little more tough, so maybe I will have a job, but intraday may be a little more tough. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting to see what's going on. It's like one of the main guys I follow, who's I think one of the better AI people out there to listen to as far as using the tech. Um, wrote a super prompt that emulates an Ivy League professor. Okay.
Hmm.
And he's already gotten so much interaction from people saying, "Oh my goodness, I use this thing, and if I would have done this on my own, A, I would have never gotten it done, and B, I probably would have had to pay thousands of dollars
Hmm.
to get something like this done." And even get this, even has Ivy League professors that have used it that are contacting him.
Hmm.
The Chat GPT prompt that emulates an Ivy League professor actually has Ivy League professors using it and then making inquiries about functionality. So that's
and
just kind of funny,
ultimately putting themselves out of business.
Yeah, one would think. And then of course, don't forget Barry, you know, there's always the line of talk out there. Well, now we have to regulate it. It's too dangerous. It's going to kill us
Yeah,
all. So
yeah.
it's not going away anytime soon, or I should say ever. And it's really only just getting heated up. So it should
Yeah,
be a
really.
pretty
November.
interesting thing moving forward.
I keep thinking about a stock like Novavax, NVAX. Okay, so at the beginning of the pandemic, Novavax was just this, two, three, four, $5 stock,
Hmm.
and what did it get up to? I don't, $300, $200, whatever it did. And you look back on that and you go, my goodness. I mean, how could we not see something like this coming? I mean,
Sure.
should it have gone to 300 or 200? Of course not.
Yeah.
But I think the same thing now with this AI. What I mean, maybe it is going to be AI itself, the symbol, the company AI, but and of course we've got Nvidias and they're really super expensive stocks. But
Hmm.
what stock is sitting there, around $4 or $5, and when we look back 2 years from now, maybe it's at $300, because of what might happen over 2 years.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, they're
And
out
I don't
there.
know.
Of course, the time to do that type of research and find all those little bitty ones, the optimum time is gone because they've all taken big runs now. So you're like, yeah, where do I position myself? I think
Hmm.
just, trying to ferret out the higher quality candidates. But of course, Google, and Elon's little subsidiaries, they're the ones that started, the open AI chat. But
Hmm.
anyway,
Hmm.
sympathy plays are always there,
But it's funny. I would take AI. I would take a bit of AI. The only issue is with that short seller who came up with a report in April that knocked the heck out of it, and they're
Mhm.
still out there. They're probably chuckling, and saying, "Okay, yeah, everybody's hopping on this AI and not understanding really what they do and why they're buying it. They're just buying it because they have the miracle of miracles. Their stock symbol happens to be AI, and they
Yep,
had
yep.
AI well before Chat GPT. So they're the luckiest company I think in the entire world to have their symbol as AI.
Yep.
So there you have it.
There you have it, my friend.
Yeah.
Alright, well, it'll be interesting to see if we,
Yep.
cycle back up here. Let's see, yeah, we're still meandering around here. It's trying to find some legs, but, still pretty sleepy, Barry.
hmm And the other one, the AAP is just, it's still hanging in there. No huge cover signal yet for me anyway.
No, and
It's a
it's not even,
little bit of a pop, but not a huge one, not on a percentage basis. So,
yeah, that, 10 period on the 15 is just like a wet blanket on it right now, so
mhm.
yep,
Okay,
a
I
wet
like that.
blanket. Yeah.
Hey,
Alright,
my
my
friend, I
friend,
shall take
I
over.
will let you grab the screen before I disconnect.
Okay, let me see if I do it right this time. Add to stream. There I am,
There you
and you
go.
can hear me.
I can.
Okay, good, because that was the issue this morning. Okay, Jamie, thanks so much. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Yep, have a good rest of the day. We'll talk to you
Okay.
later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Back in all the rooms. There we go. Let me just get my announcement out of the way. And we're just talking about the AAP, guys. I mean, it's still real no reason to get rid of it, to cover it. Certainly not all of it. Now, I have been watching Shady's Voozy intently here, or intently or intensely. Either one, it is still, give me a moment. Still hanging underneath the VWAP. I think I have my price. I had a price alert. I could have sworn I had a price alert. Okay, I had a price alert. I thought right at the VWAP, which is around at 511. Okay. So there's my price alert for VUZI. So it's still hanging in between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. 498 is the 200-day. The VWAP is at 511. So the price is at 507 right now. That is VUZI. So just waiting to see if it can break above it at some point. Need some volume. Need some volume to thrust it. Boy, guys, this AI, the company is getting closer and closer to that little breakdown that I was talking about, which is around 38. And the shorts have dried up for me. No more shorts available. Okay, I've done some covering now for the AAP, guys. I've done some covering. It's the first little sign that it's trying to bend up a little bit. So I've done some covering. No shorts now for me at AI, Interactive Brokers. So they've been snapped up. There certainly were shorts available earlier. So they've been snapped up, maybe in anticipation of this, if this sort of a break. Hmm. Look at this one, Fresh Pet, FRPT, through the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, 58.83 is the 200-day, so it's about a dollar below that. Looking left on the daily chart. Whoa, man, guys, this got a ton of room. Let's see, the longer this holds under that whole number 58, look at the room it's got on the daily chart. The next low is 52.50-ish, 52.58. So you're talking about a $5 underneath. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but this is and to boot through the 200-day moving average. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is way up there, so that's not an issue. What's the volume like? 2 times normal. Had earnings on the 8th. Sort of a mixed reaction. It actually got up to 73 that day and closed down here at 67, but at one point it got down to 64. So definitely a strange, volatile reaction to earnings. That's that red candle right there. Afterwards, it looked like it was going to start to move, but look at this. This has got a lot of room underneath FRPT. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert, say around 57.93. Yeah. 57.85. I'm going to stick an alert around 57.85 underneath that current price. See if it takes that out later. And I just wanted to clear that whole number. Now look at my bounce. I mean, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. FRPT. Well, I don't really have to keep an eye on it. I set the price alert. Now I can just kind of forget about it. All right, guys. Well, that VUSI again is just hanging tough underneath that VWAP. VUSI VUZI just hanging around 508. VWAP is about 511, 512. Now, if it does take out the VWAP, you'd like to see it on some volume, though. You just don't want to see 100 shares taking it out. right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Time is at 1:08. Get that out of the way. So 1:08, 1:09. So back up at 1:19, no later than. Say 1:20. It should be way earlier, but just in case I have some technical issues. So I'll mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on the VUZI, guys. Just again, hovering underneath that VWAP. VWAP's around 511, 512. VUZI is right at 510. The issue I've got still, though, is no volume coming in. Like to see a little bit of a volume burst if it's going to take this out. But look at the volume. And again, it's not the absolute volume I talk about. It is the, in relation to previous volume bars, the volume after that, after what time was this? 9:30 and then the 9:45. And that's typical. Typically like on a 15-minute chart anyway, that first 15 minutes is usually the highest volume of the day for a long time, if not for the whole day. Big miss of the day for me. Big miss of the day. Though, let me see what the spread is like now. BLTE, wanted yeah, I mean, the spread is 1710, 1730. It's not great, but it's certainly, that break of 15 where the financing was done. And that just sort of, that means the financing has been getting absorbed psychologically by shareholders. I don't know. Maybe this is obviously a huge overreaction to that financing for BLTE. It's still down 28%. Yesterday it closed at about 23, got all the way down to 14, all not quite cut in half. Oh boy, I mentioned Horizon a long time ago. Yeah, this looks like it. Yeah, it hasn't moved that much. Only about 20 cents from that 12 break. Yeah, it's got some room to about 1150. HRZN has some room to about 1150 from 1181. Room meaning that's where the next low is. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, but if you took this trade, you'd be hoping it would move 30 cents for you. CAE is an earnings play. Another one through the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Well, now the idea is to maybe try to find something that was really moving earlier, either in the pre-market, even when the market opened, and then it's just kind of done nothing for several hours, and then all of a sudden, between 1:30 and 3:30, really has a pop. Yeah, this UTME, I saw this UTME show up on the 10-day daily breakout at $2 and moved a little bit, but my thoughts on Intel. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a pretty not a great looking weekly chart. I mean, up and down, up and down, up and down. The next high is looking left, looking like around 32, so it doesn't have that much room to go. Oh, there's the VUSI. Now, did it do it on volume though? Little bit of volume. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit of volume coming in here. VUZI. Like not huge, but at least it's a little bit. Getting back to Intel. Somebody's asking in our YouTube room, what do I think about it? Obviously, the best thing you can say about Intel is that a few days ago it broke down through the 200-day moving average, and now it's back up above it. But I mean, I just see a lot of resistance between here and 33. I mean, it's had a nice day, no question. Is there news on this? No, no specific news for Intel that I can see. Intel gains on strong outlook, but well, Intel's earnings are on the July 27th, so I don't know if they're talking about what happened earlier. If you like the last earnings date it had. But I just have a tough time it's going to have to get through all of this, with 4 billion in the float. All right, guys, let's see if this VUSI has any legs at all. Okay, there is some volume that came in. I took the trade, so let's see if it has any legs at all. What time is it? 1:26. So yeah, so this is you can see. I mean, at least this is standing out from I don't know, the previous 3 hours or so. Not huge, but at least it's standing out. Now the fantasy level will be way up here. The highs of the day, 550-ish, that would be a fantasy level. I will certainly trade some out though if it has any sort of a pop. Okay, guys. Well, let's see, Vuzi. Don't disappoint us. Yeah, I mean, so yeah. Well, we knew it was between the 200-day 498 and the VWAP for the longest time, just hanging right in between. So now it's just a little bit above the VWAP, and this volume is increasing a little bit. Still has another minute for this for that bar to close. Well, paint drying. Let's go, Vuzi. Are you talking to me, Weeks, or are you talking to High about Intel? Well, I went long it. It depends what you mean by holding. Yeah, I went long Vuzi VUZ. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The problem with it right now, though, it's not moving. Took up the VWAP and on some volume, but it didn't really, it didn't explode through the VWAP. I was hoping that there'd be a little more action on this one once it took out the VWAP after being under the VWAP for almost an hour and a half. They don't all work, even though it's set up the way I was hoping it would in terms of breaking the VWAP on some volume. They don't all work. In fact, I may be turfing this sort of sitting on the VWAP right now again. All right, guys. Well, I guess I'll just have this tucked aside, thumbnailed it, and so I can keep an eye on what it's doing and just move on. Meanwhile, IDAI, what did it get down to? 264, 252 is the VWAP, was the VWAP. So it kind of got down to that area, popping now again. Struggled to take out three, did not take out three. I don't believe it did. 320 would be the next high looking left if it can somehow take out three. Then that 200-day is way above it. Looks like AMBA is trying to maybe take out the VWAP. Let's take a look at it. 69.15, so it's above the VWAP. So it's actually, you took it out a while ago, above the VWAP, trying to curl its way up. Amazing. Well, not amazing, but AI just hanging between 40 and 38. 40 and 38, AI. And I just don't believe it'll stay there all day for the balance of the day. Oh, okay, guys. Time is it 1:36? Things have slowed down enormously for me right now. There's the Viri that VIRI that um, Shady is talking about. Ooh, yeah, I can see why. Look at this room it's got 320 on the weekly chart. Can't remember what happened here. Obviously, something devastating happened to this company. It was sitting at 882. And that looks like this was a weekend 9/12/22, 9/19. I don't know what happened. Looks like this got halted for a while and just got, yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows what happened to Zviri. Did it stop trading as Zviri or something? I mean, that's a week. It was 882, and that's the week of September 12th, the week of September 12th, and then this is the week of September 19th. So, I mean, that is the next week. I don't know what happened to it. Probably a low float. Yeah, 13.6 million in the float. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, lots of stuff happening internally. Um, AI, guys, AI again. I think it's challenging the VWAP. 3972. So it's just right at the VWAP. I like to see some of these VWAP breaks go somewhere. And an offering. Boy, oh boy. I mean, that guy, thank you, Cass. I mean, that just got clobbered. I mean, that's under a penny. That was under a penny that it got down to that week. I was just sitting there, 874, and it gets down to 40 cents. I sort of remember it. I sort of remember it. Sort of remember the offering. Man. Well, I've said before that I don't get out of a trade due to boredom, so I'm not going to get out of the Vuzi trade, but I am bored. I am bored. It's basically right where I took the trade. So I'm just going to have to see if that VWAP break meant anything at all. Now, let's also not necessarily refer to it as a VWAP break. The VWAP is an area, okay? So it's still in the VWAP area. And so it hasn't, like, what I would call, really broken free of that VWAP, just like AI didn't. AI got up to the VWAP area and then it stalled. And this is, this is possibly what's happening with VUZI also, VUZI also. Guys, this is sort of turning into a sleepy day now. What we need is something that we haven't seen in the momentum up all day long, just powering through somehow. There's another one, guys. ASLE. I saw this one. I thought I actually wrote it down. Yeah, I did write it down. They did a financing. Don't know where the financing was though. ASLE. Not sure where the financing is. Well, that's kind of scary. Are they saying the company says shares will be offered from time to time for sale in one or more transactions on the NASDAQ capital market and also in the over-the-counter market? Run from this one then. All right, guys, I'm getting set maybe to get out of this Vuzi. It just doesn't look like it wants. I can always get back in if it gets back up to say 516, 517, clearing the VWAP with a little more authority. I'm just not liking the way it's trading right now. Gonna give it another few pennies and then that's it. The offering was at 50 cents for Viri. Oh, Boy, sporting goods business, guys, sporting goods. So there's another one that's just getting hammered. The other one, of course, a lot worse. The SPWH. SPWH, I think that's the symbol. Here's another sporting goods company. Look at this drop from basically cut in half from back here, which was in February, HIBB, cut in half, moving down, had earnings on the 26th. I don't know what was the reaction right here. So, it was already in a downward trend and then just getting hammered down again on earnings. I guess sporting good companies, I don't know. What about DKS? How are they doing? They're doing well, I can't say they're doing great. I mean, they got hammered down too. 149 down to 121. Maybe not quite as bad as HIBB. And they had a little bit of a pop. They had earnings on the 23rd. But that was the reaction. Nothing great. Only thing good you can say about DKS is that it's through the 200-day moving average now. I think ASO was a trade of the week a long time ago. I can't remember how well it did. I think it did okay for a couple of days. Hard to pick a trade of the week, guys. I mean, my goodness. Try to single out one thing. All right, guys, I'm out of the Vuzi. 2 cent loss. I'll look at it again if and only if it gets up to about, I don't know, 517 or so. Let me put an alert there. Okay, guys. Well, listen, you got questions, ask away. I'm sort of losing interest right now. Not seeing too much that I really love. I don't want to force a trade just for the sake of trading. Only thing I'm still in, I still have some of the AAP left. Not much, but some. Still looks weak. Still has not had a big recovery yet. And I did not get in at 79.29. I got in at 77.51. Yeah, 77.51. I kind of let this, this was too early for me to take the trade. For me, the alert happened at 9:42, so it was just a little bit early for me to take the trade. Yeah, I suppose we can maybe have some fun with SDA. Let's take a look. Fuel shorts available, 105,000 available at Interactive Brokers. Well, this is what I think. If this takes out 2361, 2364, I think it could have a bit of a run. There's the high of 26. This is not a certainly not a recommendation to buy this there, but that's what I think could happen. And took out on the low side in 1990, it could run down. So we were just bracket it with price alerts and see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this next week, so I'm going to let's take a. All right, so I just dropped in, clicked on the buy button, and I'm taking a conditional buy order for AEAI at 4017. Okay, that's just what I've done right now. You can see on the chart, hopefully, with a stop at 3805. The stop is at the low of the day. At this point, I can always move the stop wherever I want. So let's see if that happens. Let's see if AI pops over 40. And the way that happened is in the strategies tab, you can assign one long strategy to your buy button and one short strategy to your sell button. So in this particular case, and I think this is all by default now. I think this is, so obviously you can assign your own strategy if you want, but this is what this one is doing. It'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the market and they put the stop at the low. Yeah, so this is what's happened. So it automatically goes into the simulated trading default. So no more. If I'm going to you can disconnect now. So, and I'm going to go to positions. Now, remember, before you used to have to click on sim. It says not connected right now. You used to click on sim to get into the simulator, and then it would say it would change to account. You'd have to click on account and then pick simulated trading default. Now it goes right into the simulator. So just click on sim. Now you're in simulation mode. And here's where you can practice trading. Simple to do. If I want to take NXTP, I just click on the alert. The symbol shows up in the box. I can pick how many shares I want from this menu, or of course, I can pick exactly the number of shares I want to trade. All right, guys, let me do a little money management. Okay, I've got some time, and again, it's a little bit slow right now, so I'll do a little bit of money management. One that might. I'm going to pick one that might. How about this Kolpin, KOPN? Okay, let's take the KOPN. Okay, so this is. I'm going to demonstrate some money management. How I like to trade. Okay, so I'm going to take KOPN. Bid ask is a penny. So that's fine. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to click the buy button and then send it. Okay, so I'm in the trade at 223. I will put a stop at 203 and I will explain why. And on the chart, you'll see something that says approximately minus 100. There's a red bar, says approximately minus 100. So the way I trade is that I'll have a checklist. I have to have everything checked off before I'll take the trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to develop your own style. But just know this, is that most of the things that come through on my scans, obviously they're not obviously, but they're going to be in the right price, my price range that I like, a minimum volume, usually a minimum relative volume. So a lot of things are already checked. Okay, so when I get an alert, it usually falls into the parameters of a stock that I would like to trade. So that's why, though, I'll click on it. I'll see the pattern it's coming from quickly. And then more importantly for me, I'll look left to see how much room does it have before it hits the next high. First thing I do, I'll look on a daily chart. If I can't see anything there, in other words, I can't see anything, right? If I look left, I can't see anything. So then I'll go to a weekly chart. Probably I could go to a monthly chart because I still can't see anything in a weekly. But a lot of times I'll just, with these HTML charts, it's easy enough to back it out. So the bottom line is that I go through all this. It takes me, seconds just to size it up if I want to take the trade or not. So let's just say everything is checked. I decide, yes, I want to take the trade. Now, just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So that is where my stop comes in. Okay. So that's the price where I want to get out of the trade if I feel it's not working. Now, most of the time, what I do is I will look at a chart, say a 15-minute chart, certainly no less than a 5-minute chart, and I'll look at it and think, okay, there's an area that I consider is maybe a support area, and that if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. A support area meaning there's a lot of action at a certain price. Okay. So now, if I were new to trading, though, because my idea of support may not be the same as anybody else's, but I would probably take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as maybe an exit point. The reason to do that is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. There is a low of the previous 5-minute candle, and you can practice doing that. Maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. That's why you can practice using our simulator. Now, so all that's cool. The next step, though, is how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade? If the trade doesn't work, how much are you willing to risk on the trade? How much are you willing to lose on the trade? So hopefully this makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You could get wiped out really quickly. What I like to do in the simulator is I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade, okay, in the simulator. That's why you see, approximately minus 100 right there. Now, how did that number happen? Well, I took 500 shares and I had a 20-cent stop. So 500 times 20 cents, if I lose the trade, equals $100. Okay. Conversely, a 20-cent stop divided into 100 will give me 500 shares. I do not take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take is the difference between my entry and my stop. In this case, I wanted to make the math easy. So the difference was 20 cents. If I'm risking $100, I can take 500 shares. If the difference in my entry and my stop was 10 cents, I could take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents, if it doesn't work, is $100. Okay. Again, and the way I trade is I do not vary how much I risk per trade by a great amount. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to keep it within, about the same every trade. So the trick, of course, becomes, to do this, and depending on the volatility of the stock, this one was not too volatile. If the stock is moving like, 50 cents in half a second, it's going to be difficult, okay, to kind of share size correctly and all. Well, what you can do is you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You'll have your risk amount, which will be exactly the same every trade. And then you just input your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate, how many shares you should take. Now, don't get hung up if you were supposed to take 100 shares and you had to take 110 shares or 85 shares. I mean, it's not the end of the world. So with all that in mind, there's how you can practice trading. Next step is obeying your stop. Sometimes it is very, very difficult to obey your stop. I should add one more thing. Practicing in a simulator, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade with live money, okay? Because, trading in a simulator, there is no emotion. It's easy to obey your stop. You get in and out, it's not real money. All of a sudden, when you start trading your live account, emotion really, really can play a huge part. It does play a huge part. And it can work like this. You may have practiced in the simulator, you're making money, and then you start to say, okay, I'm going to take some live trades now. And you get into your, maybe especially your first few trades. Hopefully, if you do this for several months, you'll always obey your stop. But, your first few trades, and you just can't believe that the trade isn't working. Everything seemed fantastic. The room is talking about it. It's set up in a way that you've done it in the simulator many times, and it worked many times. And so you cannot believe it's not working. So now you start questioning where you put your stop. Even if that stop is the low of the 5-minute candle, you try to convince yourself that, what, I know what's gone to my stop, but I'm just not going to take it out because I know this time this stock will come back. And so even though now I'm down, instead of $100, now I'm down 200, 300, I'm sure it's going to come back. Now you're down 400, 500, and then you start to sweat, and eventually you do take your big loss and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That is scenario number one. Scenario number two is just what I was saying. You don't obey your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and you're sweating. And then all of a sudden the miracle happens and it comes back. And now you're up a couple $100 and you're really thankful you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay. But in my opinion, if you want to last, if you don't want to blow up your account, obeying your stop is probably one of the most important things of money management that you can do. Now, there are some out there that are going to say, I don't have a stop and I do just fine. That's fine. If you can find a way without a stop, to make money, I'm not going to tell you not to, but that's no way I would trade. And when I started trading, I didn't even know what a stop was. So I if I'd known what a stop was in the early days, I would have saved myself a lot of anguish. Now, one of the reasons why in the early days of, even if I'd known what a stop was, it would have been hard to obey it because commissions were gross. You could be spending $200, $300, $400 a trade in, and then the same out. So, to get in and out of a trade, it was pretty tough. So, but now with commissions so cheap, either free or, half a cent a share or whatever with Interactive Brokers, no excuse to not get out of a trade because, man, I don't want to pay the commissions. So, and you know what? You can look at it this way. You get into a trade, it's set up beautifully, and it didn't work. Maybe it sets up again the same way. Maybe for whatever reason, maybe the market turned against you. There's a bunch of reasons why a trade might not work, even though it looked like it should have. It may come back, set up the same way later on, and maybe you have a second shot at it. Okay, in this calculation, how do you take into account the price of the stock and the account value? For example, you get a number of 500 stocks, and the cost of the trade will depend on 500 times the price per share. Let's see if I can try to decipher that. Well, I mean, in this particular case, this now obviously I'm not going to, we're you're not going to be doing 500 shares of Amazon, obviously, okay? Depending on your account size. But even then, maybe you're doing 10 shares of Amazon, and your stop is, you know, um, give me a moment. But I'll use this as the example. I mean, I took this trade at 221 or 223. I put the stop at 203, but understanding I didn't put that stop after the fact. I knew what my stop was going to be before I took the trade. Okay. And that's the only way I can share size. Because I didn't take the trade. I don't take the trade and then say, okay, now where's my stop? Because all this has to be calculated ahead of time, because that's going to determine how many shares you're going to take, the difference between your entry and your stop. And listen, if it's a fast moving stock, it's going to be, it's going to be a little more difficult to share size. I'm not saying this is not perfect. Okay. But, I would not get hung up if all of a sudden, instead of taking 500 shares, I ended up taking 520 shares or 480 shares. Okay. Instead of the right on 500. Just give me a moment. So let's take Amazon as an example. I mean, if you looked at Amazon and you saw and you thought, you know what, at this current price, I could put a stop $10 away. And if you want to risk $100 on the trade, you could take 10 shares. Okay. Now, as long as when you look now, the other thing, well, as I said, one of the reasons I take a trade is when I look left, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm risking 20 cents on this trade, again, I'm just using this one as an example. I would have had to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. I would have had to been able to look left. So if I'm in this trade at 223, I don't want to see a lot of resistance at 233. In other words, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. Okay. So I would have had to have seen something, probably at 270 before I would see the next high, which would have been, easily a 1-for-2. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but I try to put the odds in my favor when I take a trade. Now you'll see me exit trades and I'm not making a 1-for-2, but I didn't go into the trade only trying to make, say, a 1-for-1, or you're obviously breaking even. So the cost of this trade, was $1,000 approximately. The overall cost of this trade was $1,000, a little bit more. But you can trade the more expensive ones. It all depends where you're going to put your stop. You're just not going to be able to take very many shares. But $100 risk is $100 risk. Doesn't matter the price of the security. But you might look at let's say you looked at Amazon, and you want to risk $100 on the trade, and you might have to, and if your stop was $10 away, fine, but maybe your stop is $20 away. That means you can only take 5 shares. Okay. I mean, it's all that for me, that's the way I trade. I try to keep the risk. Well, obviously my risk amount is not 100. Well, I shouldn't say that. I risk more than $100 a trade. Okay. But in the simulator, I'm just trying to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. Okay. And it's all to do with your entry minus your stop. if my stop had been 50 cents away, I probably never would have taken like a $2 stock. I would never put a 50-cent stop on. But let's just say it was, then I'm taking 200 shares. Again, 200 times 50 cents equals $100. What I don't do, which I see people, well, I hear people do, and listen, I'm not going to dump on anybody if that's the way they want to trade. You hear people say, "Well, I put a 10-cent stop every trade." Well, fine. If you can make money doing that, that 10-cent stop every trade is not based on anything, though. In my opinion, it's not based on what the chart is telling you. It's just a very arbitrary number. But you know what? If people can do that and make money, go for it. The other thing is, revenge trading. Now, revenge trading is very easy to get into. You go into trading with all the best intentions, and you get one of the reasons I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try not to trade in the first 15 unless something is really, jumping out at me. Because I used to trade in the first 15. I used to trade, right when the market opened and I saw something and I would say, yes, let's do it. So let's look at SDA, guys. It looks like it's breaking down. Breaking down here. The reason I don't trade in the first 15 anymore, very rarely do I, is because psychologically, well, first of all, I just found, things are just so whippy in the first 15 minutes. And it's just, to me, psychologically, taking a trade right off the bat and losing just puts me in a bad frame of mind. It's that simple. And I think, oh man, now I'm playing catch up. I take another trade early, and now I'm down 2 trades. And so yeah, maybe I've obeyed my stop. And if we use this example, maybe I'm only down at $200, $100 each. But you get into a bad frame of mind. You're already down, and it's the first minute of the entire trading day. And so a lot of times, what people will do is say, well, you know what, I got to get this back. I'm down 200. So I better risk. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to risk 300 the next trade. Because when I win it, that'll take care of my $200 loss. Plus I'll be up 100. Okay. Then you lose that. Now you're down 500. And that is classic revenge trading. Okay. I mean, and it's really easy to happen. Like Hall is saying, you make 3 entries, you have your risk. Well, the risk amount, the dollar amount, which is a constant. And then you just input your entry and your stop price, and then that'll subtract it, and that'll automatically calculate your position size. But Bumble, yeah, let's take a look at Bumble. I mean, the little news of the day is that their president is going to be leaving, but not until September 1st. So this was not, I don't think that was a big dramatic argument. So I don't know if Bumble would have fallen. I mean, the market's kind of weak today, so Bumble may have fallen anyway. But MRVI resumed. Okay, so that's a rumor that maybe somebody's going to buy them. MRVI. And the next high looking left is 1317 on the daily chart. Intraday, of course, is almost 13. So now, before you rush into this and say, well, wait a minute, these guys made a $17 a share bid for this one. This is only sitting at 1240. I may as well phone my banker, mortgage my house, do everything I can, raise all the money I can, and buy this right here because it's going to 17. No. Lots of stuff can happen. And interestingly, they do say this Thomas H. Lee Partners is not the only bidder currently interested in Maravai. Amba guys, Amba is now just sort of over. Yeah, Amba is now curling up off that VWAP. Just over $70 now, AMBA. And AI is again, AI, the stock is now approaching 40 again over the VWAP. Yeah, I can't take that trade, Tank. It doesn't set up. I hope it works for you. Of course, I hope it works for you. It just doesn't set up for me. 1555, you took it. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, 1624 is the high intraday, but for me, it's just a little too extended. But where is the VWAP? Over the VWAP, 1520. All right. Well, SDA, it now popped above that area a little bit. You got to deal with a spread. So it broke down below that price alert I had, and now it's breaking above that price alert I had. Oof, look at that spread now. 2364, 2480. Very, very super risky. Look at this. I mean, look at the spread. 23. Well, that's actually tightened. 23, 20. This is actually tightened. I saw $1.50 before. Now look at it, 22.50, 23.47, $1 spread. Yeah, I mean, you've got a. I mean, all traders are looking at is that, wow, what if it could get close to that 34 again? So, where are you going to put your stop? That's the whole thing. Where are you going to put your stop? The low of that candle, which is 20. So you got about a $4 stop. Could you make $8 from here? You could. I mean, what is that getting to? That's getting to a 31. I mean, in theory, because of the way it moves, you could, but awfully risky. Look at AI, guys. Be a moment, guys. Just got something. Okay, so look at AI. I mean, it's still just hanging right at the VWAP, 39.65, right at the VWAP area. Yeah, what's breaking out over the VWAP now actually is IDAI. IDAI. But we have to look at this one to see what happens if it takes out 3. Okay, if it takes out 3, where could it go? Not sure where this came from. This opening. Give me a moment, please, guys. I don't recall doing this with ADAI, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Yeah, it's all about the float, guys. 3.7 million in the float, 103 times relative volume up to this time of day. So I mean, it's having obviously a huge day. 20 million is traded. Look at the volume bar right there in the daily. Actually, that is going to be. This is the week that it all got started. So this week is going to eclipse that. It should anyway. Yeah, it's right at that week in terms of volume. And we still have 2 days left. And this was a short week. So this is a pretty impressive volume for IDAI today. Of course, today is really the day. It's 21 million have traded this week, 20 million today. Again, only 2 days this week so far. Remember, Monday was a holiday. So that's pretty impressive volume. And volume came in. You can see that volume bar, 106. That's not 106. It's probably 1 million shares right here, 1.06. And what's the time? This has another little over a minute and a half for this one to close. Yeah, I'll let an option player. Anybody? There are some people in the room who play options, so I will. I don't trade options at all, so I will not even attempt. I have an idea, but I'm might as well get people who have traded options that they'll let you know. William, you traded options, right? So Steve R. got that question. You buy a call option and it hits the strike price. Do you have to sell it, or does it do it automatically since it hit the strike price? This is on the Thinkorswim platform. Hmm. I didn't think so. I thought, I mean, you have an expiry, of course, but I didn't think anything happened at the strike price. You're only you have an expiry date, time, week, month, but choose to let people who traded options answer that sort of a question. Okay, guys, it is now 2:31. All I'm really waiting on is to see if AI gets through 40. And this one, ADAI, gets through 3. All right, so while I'm waiting to see if either of those two things happen, let me just look at the test drive link and let people know we're fast approaching. All right, guys, so there is a test drive link again. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, we don't have free trials, okay? So this is about as close as you're going to get. If you can afford $11.11, you will get 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. It starts on June the 5th and it runs to the 20th. Those are fixed dates. So you can't say, well, gee, I like to start today. You can't, okay? We're set up to start June the 5th, which is next Monday. And we run to the 20th, which is actually a Tuesday. And the reason we're doing that is the Monday is a holiday. So you'll get 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. Okay, $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. And if you're new to trading, you shouldn't be even you should not even be thinking about auto trading anyway. Okay. I'm not new to trading, but I've never auto traded, never will. When you sign up today, you are pre-registering, okay? You will not get any live data until the 5th. So that's next Monday. Now you'll have access to the program at give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday. You'll be able to download it and look at scans and things like that for the balance, of course, Friday night and then Saturday and Sunday. Do yourself a favor, at least have some knowledge of what Trade Ideas is all about rather than just showing up Monday morning, not having a clue with what you just signed up for. And I'm not trying to be mean, but we get people like that. I don't know what I'm saying. What is this program? Why did you sign up for it? I don't know. I mean, I know it's only $11.11, but I mean, should treat it somewhat seriously if you're trying to, learn about what the program's capabilities are. You're not going to be an expert after 10 days, but at least you'll have an idea about what the capabilities are and whether or not it's the type of program for you. Two important things. When the test drive is over, there is nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we do not put you into a subscription. Now, we used to do this 4 times a year, once a quarter, but we're definitely more infrequent now. Last one was October. I have no idea when the next one will be. Maybe this is the last one forever. I have no idea. Okay, so take advantage of it. Now, if you take the test drive, if you do sign up for it, and you can do this right now. Just want to put in my give me a moment. Just got to find my homepage link. Whoops, sorry about that. I copied the wrong link in. Okay, so I just dropped my homepage link in. This is what you're going to see. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, of course you can do so. You can use this promo code, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. If you're going to take out a subscription, the Get Started is what you have to do. And also, this is what I was saying for the people who are going to be in the test drive. You can do this right now. Okay. You can click on that Get Started. Don't worry about the download and install yet because you don't have anything to download and install, but you can take a look at this. These are 10 videos. Your important intro to scans. You should know what a top list window is and what an alert window is, okay? At the very, very least. And if you're brand new to trading, this would take you a while to go through. You don't have to go through every single video. I think there are 30 odd videos, but Trading 101, and it's a free course. Great introduction put on by Michael Noss of Trade Ideas. And I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. That's free. The trade of the week is free. Okay. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here is our user guide. Don't get hung up on how much is in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything. But again, there's your alert window, top list window, and I would learn about stock racing. At the very least, you should do this for the test drive, at the very least. There's the getting started series again. Now, for the test drive, I will be creating a layout that I'll share. And if you want my scans right now, if you're a member right now, and you just have to scroll down when you click on my homepage link, and here are the scans that I'm sharing currently. Okay. So please save my link, my homepage link. You can look at my scans at any time you want. You can look at the education section. And if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use my homepage link and then use that promo code. And this room is like this. I'm live on the mic between 9 a.m. and approximately 3:20 a.m. No, 3:20 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday. Okay, so this is not set up especially for the test drive. This is the way it's been since October of 2015, sharing my screen live on the mic. We also have other support when I do take my break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And it's good to go because, we have 5 different traders for the 5 different days of the week, and they all have different trading styles. Okay. So it's always good idea, I think, when I do take my break to head over to YouTube and, listen to somebody else's trading style. I am the active trader of the bunch. The other one, Jamie, is a very active trader, though. Also, he was on today. The rest of them are more into swing trading. But swing trading has not been easy. All right, guys. Well, there we go. There is AI just breaking out. AI is now breaking out a little bit here, guys. How to backtest my strategy with trade ideas. Do you have our premium service? I'm talking to hi hi in our YouTube room. Do you have our premium service? Now, this will be available during the test drive, okay? The premium service has backtesting capabilities. Okay, so you cannot, if you don't have our premium service, then you cannot backtest. I mean, we do give you 10 free ones, but if you want to really backtest your strategies, you're going to have to be a premium service. You'll have to have a premium subscription, but you will be able to try it out during our test drive. So if you have a standard subscription right now, this is open to our standard subscribers also. It will cost $11.11, but we'll upgrade you to standard, or excuse me, to premium. Okay, and once the test drive is over, we'll move you back down to standard unless you tell us, hey, leave me at premium. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if that's a serious question, Raj. Please, I need money. I mean, I'm not sure what you expect for anybody here to say that, yeah, just buy this and you'll make money. This is not that sort of a room. I'm sorry. But in order to do just to let you know how it works, I don't backtest anything anymore. Let me break this one out. Well, this is how a back test works. I mean, I would never back test this. It would probably look terrible. But I mean, just the mechanics of it. You would take an alert window. You would create your strategy that you think you'd want to back test, and then you just right click, You just right click. There you go. And backtest strategy. Okay. And you have a start time, you have an end time, you have timed exits, you have risk management. Like, how do you want to take the trades? How do you want to do it? Do you want to take like $100 risk per trade? There's advanced summary, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, back testing is something that most of our customers don't do. But in our user guide, just look up back testing, and it's all in there. Okay. I just don't back test anymore. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I'll pass that on to Chris. Unless we're doing it. I don't know. Maybe he's doing it. Okay, so thank you, Pepe. I just pass that on to Chris. See if he's still going to be doing that. Look at ANNX. You think it still has room? Somebody in our YouTube room? Okay, let's take a look at ANNX. Well, yeah, it definitely has room. No question about it. Um, got hammered down here. It wasn't an earning, was not an earnings play. I don't remember what happened here. I mean, that catastrophically got hit from 515 down to 2 overnight. I don't know. Obviously, maybe what is it? A bio? Yeah. So maybe bad data. Not bad data, but their whatever phase they were in didn't work. But trying to bounce back, you're right. I mean, it's you'd have to have some news on this one though. I think to keep this going. I mean, this is a classic, bottom fishing. And it's, relatively low float, 35 million in the float, relatively low. But for all the reasons this happened, I mean, they're probably still in play. But there's no question. I mean, it's got a ton of room if it wants to keep going. Now, I took this AI, guys. Okay. Now, anybody thought I might hold it overnight? No. Why? Look what AI has earnings. AI has earnings after hours today. So never, not going to hold it. I don't care what anybody says. Try to see if it can get out up through 41 and all. Okay, guys, typically this is where I put myself on mute. I'm still here. I'll answer questions. Don't be shy. I just put myself on mute. And I hang around till about 3:20. Oh, thank you, Weeks. I'm just reading your comment. Appreciate that. Okay, it got taken out of the AI, basically flat dies. I'll wait and see if it breaks over 41 later. What's this one? IVA. I don't think I've really seen this one before. Gosh. Okay, IVA coming into the 200 day. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. Again, don't be shy. Ask a question if you have one. I'll get right back on the mic. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to wrap this up now. As always, thanks for all the help this morning, and we'll open the rooms tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Be on the mic at 9. Have a great evening. We'll see you then.